The House will come to order. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes a member from Salem, Representative Sweeney, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of May 8, 2025. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Jonathan Hopkins, pastor at the Concordia Lutheran Church in Concord.
Morning. Let us pray. We pray today for wisdom and justice for the New Hampshire House of Representatives, that just laws are enacted, that these laws may be eminently useful to the people they serve, by encouraging due respect for virtue, by a faithful execution of the laws in justice and mercy, and by restraining vice and immorality. May the light of divine wisdom direct the deliberations of the House of Representatives and shine forth in all the proceedings and laws framed for our rule and government, so that they may tend to the preservation of peace, the promotion of national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge, and may perpetuate to us the blessing of equal liberty. May all our fellow citizens throughout the state of New Hampshire be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of the law, that they may be preserved in union. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Merrimack, Representative Janine Notter, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair recognizes Kayleigh MacFarland, who will now sing our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Have a good day.
I'm going to take a real moment of personal privilege. I'd like to touch on Memorial Day just a little bit. There's two flags flowing up here that I think some of you have seen on my desk. Those two flags were flown over the grave of an American soldier at the cemetery in France, the American cemetery in France. I was there a few years ago, and I'd like to take this time to honor all those brave men and women who gave their lives in service to our nation and especially those of our beloved Granite State. I also had the privilege of putting a set of flags on a young soldier's grave from New Hampshire who was killed December 25th, 1944. Today we pause to reflect on our heroes who gave everything that we may live free. Many carry their memories with us and honor them not just in words, but a continued commitment to the values that they fought to protect. Let us remember, let us be grateful, let us never forget. And will all those that served our country in the service please stand up? Thank you for those that have served, and thank you for everyone that might serve in the future. This is the future of our country, and we must never forget. And that's why those flags mean so much to me, and I hope they mean something to you, because they were, the way they do it over there is they put the flags out, then they take them back, and those were presented when I left, and they were flown over the grave of an American soldier. Thank you. The House will now attend to requests for leaves of absence. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
As one with a family member in the American Cemetery in Luxembourg, I move that the remarks that you just made in memorial be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. House will attend to leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Karasinski, Paquette, Prudhomme O'Brien, Richards. The day, important business, Representatives Coker, Grund, Johnson, Levitt, Mandelbaum, Tim Mannion, McLean, Minor, Olet, Payor, Reed, Trottier, Ullery, Woodcock. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Bouchard, Lewis, and Post. The day, death in the family, Representative Lily Walsh.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Owen Lewandowski, student from Wyndham High School, and Eric Reed Pierce, student from the Virtual Learning Academy Charter School, our pages for the day.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Andy Reinfurt and Dawn and Sherry Nielsen, guests of Representative Reinfurt. Jennifer Bricky, sister of Representative Bricky. Riley Ward, guest of Representative Gilman. Fourth grade students from the Northwood Elementary School, guests of Representative Tudor. And the winners of the New Hampshire PBS Granite Challenge, the students from Merrimack High School, accompanied by their principal and coaches, guests of the Merrimack delegation. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks to concur to the House. House Bill 551, repealing the license to sell pistols and revolvers and limiting liability for certain design features of firearms. Representative Roy moves that we concur. Representative Muse to speak against.
The chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Put your jacket on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I told my wife this morning, I forgot my coat, but I was fortunate enough to remember my pants. And thank you for whoever is temporarily lending me their jacket. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the motion to concur on the changes made by the other body to HB 551. The original bill was given a 16-0 ought-to-pass vote in the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, and then we passed it on consent in the House. As the bill left the House, it would have eliminated a secondary local licensing requirement for firearms businesses. This part of the bill remains part of the amended bill, but unfortunately, the bill comes back to us with a non-germane amendment that expands liability exemptions for firearms manufacturers in a way that should be unacceptable to all of us, especially to those of us who own and use firearms. Most of you are aware of the ongoing saga of the Sig Sauer P320, a handgun that's been the target of a wave of litigation in recent years over unintended firings. Some users have claimed that the weapon fired when it was dropped at certain angles, and others have claimed that the weapon discharged suddenly in a holster or in their hand without their finger being near the trigger. Since the P320 was released, hundreds of these incidents have been cataloged around the country, and several have unfortunately resulted in the death or injury of the person using the weapon. While the company has offered what it calls a voluntary upgrade for the gun, there has never been an official recall. So many of these unmodified P320s that were sold to law enforcement and to members of the general public continue to be in circulation today, and that's where this bill comes in. What it asks us to do is to look at certain modifications and safety features, including an external safety switch, as options. It then tells us that for legal and liability purpose, the absence of these options, even when aggressively marketed to people unfamiliar with firearms who may not even understand their importance, can no longer be considered by our judges or our juries to be can no longer be considered by our judges and juries to actually be product defects. Again, I'm not here today to try to litigate whether or not this weapon, this particular weapon, is safe or unsafe. But what I am here to try to do is to stop us from passing a bill that will prevent gun owners who believe they have been harmed by a defective, unmodified product from having their day in court, which is exactly what this bill would do. Something else that we need to strongly consider is that, as written, this bill opens the door to newly manufactured firearms being sold with minimal safety features or no safety features at all. I understand the argument that military and law enforcement may want firearms with fewer safety features that might get in the way of a quick response. But I want to point out that some of the lawsuits over unintended firing have actually come from police officers. At least in theory, these officers were trained to deal with the absence of these features. This is not true of many members of the general public. But despite this, Sig Sauer has enthusiastically marketed the P320 to members of the general public. Worth noting is that when I went over to the Sig Sauer website today, just to see how the P320 is being advertised, there were big, bold headlines on the webpage that say, "Tested and abused, most tested and proven firearm ever," and, last but not least, "Safety without compromise." Safety without compromise seems to be an interesting claim considering what the company is asking us to do with this bill. The bottom line is that this bill really doesn't have anything to do with gun rights, but it has everything to do with a powerful company that may be in denial about the safety of a key product that wants to stifle future lawsuits by demanding a level of exemption from our product liability laws that we have never granted to any other company in this state. Other companies have survived product liability lawsuits, and the way they avoided lawsuits in the future was to change their products in ways that reduce the risk of unintended consequences. not to go to lawmakers to ask for a special exemption. What we're really talking about here is ensuring the safety of the people who rely on firearms to protect themselves, their businesses, their property, and their families. These are the people that we need to be representing today. Mr. Speaker, I ask you to press the red button to defeat the motion to concur, and I ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to read real quickly from the actual bill itself. Nothing in this section shall be construed to limit liability for a firearm manufacturer or FFL in cases where the claimant establishes that the firearm contained an actual manufacturing defect or failed to operate in a manner consistent with the manufacturer's express warranty or representations. Sig Sauer and every other firearm manufacturer warranties that their firearm will not go off in your pocket. If it does, this will not protect them. This amendment protects them from not providing something on their firearms that people who don't like firearms want on them. They want firearms to have to come with a safety. People have a choice. Law enforcement obviously can't have a safety because that's going to take time to turn it off and able to return fire and protect themselves. The citizens have the same right as law enforcement to be able to quickly respond. Why is it that we would draw a difference between law enforcement's ability to defend themselves and our ability to defend ourselves? So the not being able to sue them because every gun they sell doesn't come with a safety is absurd. The next one is a loaded chamber indicator. All that is a tiny bump on the top of the slide that would say there's a round in the chamber or not. That is something that the customer and the owner and every police officer should know about a firearm. First of all, police officers always carry one in the pipe, and most citizens I know always do so as well. So most of them really want a loaded chamber, but the first thing that anyone learns about firearms is you assume that every firearm you touch is loaded. So we're not going to allow a company to be sued out of business because they didn't put a certain feature on there that makes people who don't like guns feel better. The next thing that they gives exemption from is authorized user technology. They want to be able to sue a company if they don't put technology on their firearms that doesn't even exist yet, really. They want it to be like in the movies where you touch it and your thumbprint will activate that it's you, and then the firearm will work. I don't know about you, but I don't want to rely my life on some piece of technology that's not even really been tested yet to tell me, oh, it didn't read your fingerprint right, sorry. Again, it's just a reason they want to sue manufacturers. And this isn't just about Sig Sauer. There are several firearm manufacturers in New Hampshire, and there are a lot of FFLs, because if you notice, this talks to FFLs too, because they want to be able to sue the store that sold you the firearm that didn't have the feature that they want you to have. So at the end of the day, this isn't about, at least for us, gun rights. This is about product liability. Do you want people to be able to sue car manufacturers because they sell cars that don't have air conditioning? That's what it comes down to. It's a product. We should not be allowing lawsuits against companies because they don't have all the features that people don't like the product want. And that's what this boils down to. Do we want to allow companies to be sued out of business by the trial lawyers because the company sells something, not deceptively, by the way? I own a P320, and it's one of my favorite guns. But you can buy them with or without safeties. If he went on the website, he'd see you could choose with or without safety. Oh, and the next one, magazine disconnect mechanism. When you're in a firefight as a police officer, and you have to swap magazines, it's real fast. And if you drop that magazine, you still have one in the chamber. They want it to be able so that it won't fire. So the magazine falls, you have a bullet in the chamber, you can't, gun's dead. That's what they want. So think about that. This is product liability that they're trying to be able to use, not because the product's defective, because it said in here, if they make a defective weapon, they can be sued, but because it doesn't come with the features they want. I would ask you to support this amendment, and let's send this on. Thank you very much.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. House will be in order. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 551. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Andrews. I need a thumbs up or thumbs down. Representative Andrews. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 200 voting yea, 161 voting nay. Committee conference report is adopted. Yeah. Yeah. Where are we? The House will attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, Senate Bill 30, removed by Representatives Leon, Tom Mannion, DeRoy, Litchfield, MacFarland, Weary, Saborin, Polozov, Harvey Bolia, and Tebow. From the Committee on Housing, Senate Bill 170, removed by Representatives Rung, McGee, Horrigan, Wendy Thomas, Bill Boyd, Ball, Bordes, Andrews, Pam Brown, and Gorski. From the Committee on Housing, Senate Bill 174, removed by Representatives Kutob, Panic, Bordes, Rice, Boyd, Bohm, Porcelli, Perez, Andrews, and Ball. From the Committee on Housing, Senate Bill 188, removed by Representative DeLemus, Colcomb, DeRoy, Gorski, Hill, Turcott, Walker, Kaczynski, Dennis Mannion, and Flanagan. And from the Committee on Ways and Means, Senate Bill 291, removed by Representatives McGrath, Mattson, Granger, Surratt, Diane Kelly, Dennis Murphy, Saborin, Turcott, Colcomb, and Comtois.
Are there any other bills to be removed from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. The majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 72FN, an act establishing a parental bill of rights in education, having considered the same, report the same, the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Deborah D. Simone for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Heather Raymond for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
A motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to Special Order SB 72 to June 5th and its regular place on the calendar.
The motion is to Special Order Senate Bill 72 to June 5th. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 72 is special ordered to June 5th.
Next one. So we have the Roads 4 amendment, which she's going to offer. We only have 3 ayes on the OTPA.
Majority of the Committee on Criminal... House be in order. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 267 FN, relative to the penalty for engaging in prostitution as a patron. Considered the same, report the same, with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Linda Harriet Gothright for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move to table this bill.
That is a proper motion. The motion is to table Senate Bill 267. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats.
Representative Harrington, do you want to be on it? Yes. Then I'll have a PI. All right. You guys, they should be in their seats. In their seats.
Members need to be in your seats.
We have 2 PIs. So, Harrington will do PI for 4, and Rhodes will do PI against. He goes first.
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 267. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harrington for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this bill should be tabled because there's a lot of unintended consequences that haven't been properly discussed, such as the fact is the pimps and the people that make the profits off of prostitution would only subject to a fine, where the person paying for the prostitution could go to jail. This is not how we do things. I think needs more discussion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Royds for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we should not agree to table this bill, because there's a lot of people in this room that actually would like to vote for it in order to do something to help the victims that are being sexually trafficked, would I vote no against the table motion?
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 267. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Dumas. Representative Howard.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 210 voting yea, 253 voting nay. The motion fails.
Bills on second reading open to 4 amendments.
The bill's on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Rhodes offers floor amendment 2330H. It's in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Epson for finding a drafting error. And what this floor amendment will do is correct that error by making sure that the paragraph that was being cross-referenced is actually cross-referenced throughout the entire statute, and that I will ask that you please support the floor amendment so that the bill will be ready to pass as amended. Thank you.
The motion before us is floor amendment 2330H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The bill is now the majority on the committee report of order pass as amended. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Panic has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is order pass as amended on Senate Bill 267. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this is yet another mandatory minimum bill that does nothing, and if I know that all of us know that all the research and all the experience we've had with any kind of mandatory minimum bill is that they're not effective, and if I know that in this circumstance, a mandatory $500 fine is not going to deter a potential patron of a sex worker from engaging in that arrangement. And if I know that this bill is really a way to raise money by making a mandatory $500 fine going to the Collaborative for Human Trafficking, and if I know that the proper way to do that is through the budget, not through an end-around move like this, I would press the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Nancy Murphy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members need to be in their seats.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that systems of prostitution and human trafficking are driven by demand and power differentials that fuel a system of coercion and suffering that delivers much of the violence in the sex trade, and if I know that prostitution and trafficking are inextricably linked, traffickers don't exist without buyers, and if people wouldn't buy people, people wouldn't sell people. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that arresting and sanctioning sex buyers are law enforcement's most effective tools for reducing the prevalence and harms of prostitution and sex trafficking, and it makes sense to place the financial burden of coping with the harms of the sex trade on the shoulders of those whose behavior is its primary cause, rather than law-abiding taxpayers and the state budget, would I then press the green button to send a clear bipartisan message that New Hampshire will not tolerate the buying and selling of human beings and will end the exploitation of those who endure it by holding accountable those who promote it? Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 267. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Foote. All set.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 292 voting yea, 72 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
All right, so here's the scoop. He wants to speak briefly, and then Luno's going to make a motion to table. Rick's actually okay with this one.
Majority of the Committee on Education funding, to which is referred Senate Bill 294 FN, an act relative to lab fees for career and technical education courses. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Raymond Peoples for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Tracy Bertocci for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today in support of ITLing this particular bill, but I wanted to speak to why we are proposing that. The trades in this state are very, very important, and if you compare this state to other states that have equal number of students in their K through 12 population as we, one being Delaware, they send over 50% of their kids to CTE programs to take a course or a part of a program. We do 17%. We're not putting enough people into the trades. Now, what we do with our finance folks, we appropriate each year $9 million for tuition and transportation. We know that we're funding these school buses on the road at 10 cents per mile per pupil, and that is not enough. And with that, we're almost, in some school districts, we're capping the kids that can go from a sending district to a receiving CTE center. That is wrong. And now what we want to do, from that same pot of money, we take that $9 million, we want to look at tuition costs, transportation costs, and adding in lab fee costs, which you cannot determine. They are different from district to district to district, especially amongst those comprehensive high schools which are in the same school or in the same CTE center. So I'm asking that you understand we're ITLing this bill simply because the money is not there for this, and secondly, we're not going to pay the lab fees for the student that's being sent and not the lab fees for the student that's in the receiving school. That's not fair. So please understand why we're ITLing this bill. We need to really be supporting trades more than we are doing so, and I don't want to take out of that limited pot $680,000 a year for our transportation, and the rest of it is tuition money, which we're having to prorate that, just like we're doing with special education aid. Thank you very much.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to move to table the bill.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 294. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 294 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 97 FN, relative to inter-district public school transfers. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative of Glenn Cordelli for the majority. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that as inexpedient to legislate. Representative Megan Murray for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1980H, printed in House Record 25, pages 25 through 26. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Division has been called on the amendment. Members, take your seats. Only those in the room. The motion before us is the clarification vote on the amendment. That's what we are voting on. This will be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sykes and Bayou. Representative Stone. Representative Stone, thank you. All set.
While all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 193 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Megan Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I rise in opposition to ought to pass as amended for Senate Bill 97 for a myriad of reasons. You may hear from some that there is no cost to this bill, and I couldn't disagree more. Our students, taxpayers, and communities will bear a cost that is rooted in a history we should have already learned from. Since the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education decision, one might think that the issue of segregation has been settled since race-based segregation was ruled unconstitutional. Segregation in its many forms still exists, and this bill would only further types of segregation within our public schools in New Hampshire and within the same district should this bill go forward. And some might say that this bill is needed to address instances of bullying. And while it is agreed that bullying is a problem worthy of a solution, it exists in all schools, private, public, and charter. Furthermore, there is already a process to address hardships and to request a transfer if a parent felt that there is a need for such a transfer, and that is through manifest hardship. SB 97 sets up a perfect storm, driving the haves and the have-nots further apart, setting up a nightmare scenario for administrators, staff, support staff, students, and communities, because it will become increasingly difficult to plan and budget for varying levels of support to our learners. It will also become difficult for our students to receive the best and most consistent and adequate educational experiences in our local public schools, where students and taxpayers will end up bearing the burden. Our students must have a robust, well-funded, and diverse public school experience. SB 97 could set up scenarios where school sports teams who would otherwise form organically are being drafted into school communities, thereby limiting equal opportunities for academic, enrichment, and athletic opportunities to all learners in schools. Our learners who receive special education services may find a lack of funding and resources adequately available as well. Since transportation is the responsibility of the parent who is making the request, this too is setting up a scenario where access to transportation may not be a reality for all, and for those who do not have the means. The costs are too great for our public school students, districts, taxpayers, and communities. This bill should be voted inexpedient to legislate, and I respectfully ask that you press no on the motion of OTPA, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Kayleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote. This bill is for the kids. How often have we heard that? But this time, it's not just a phony slogan. This legislation relates to the best interests of a child for their education. But according to who? The local superintendent? No. According to the people who know and love that child the best, the parents. SB 97 is basically an intra-district student transfer bill that if a parent believes it would be in the best interest of their child to attend a different school within that district, they can apply to the superintendent. This would allow the child to go to that other school within the district to best accommodate their individual needs. The amendment that we just passed adds language from HB 68, which was passed by this House but stalled over on the other side of the wall. That language says that the child, if is applied for best interest, can go to any school outside the district as well. And the superintendent must allow for that transfer, except if there's a problem, for instance, in the facility capacity in the new school. The bottom line for SB 97 is that it is about the best interests of the child. To go to another school could be closer to their home, even if in a different district. If the parents are working in a different school district, the child could go to that school district as well. We just heard about bullying. Yes, bullying is a real problem, and this would allow students to help escape bullying. A child's education should not be dictated by some arbitrary boundary, whether in a district or outside of a district. It's time to open the schoolhouse doors so that every child can get the education that they need. Some of you might remember a game called Mother May I. Well, today we are playing a game of Superintendent May I. But today we take another step in changing that game to Parents May if we press the green button.
Representative Kayleigh has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended in Senate Bill 97. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that current legislation allows for best interest placement in schools within and outside school districts, and if I know that this bill, as amended, would allow parents to freely send their children to any public school, public academy, or approved private school within their district based solely on capacity. And if I know that this open enrollment legislation would have a significant financial impact, contrary to what your calendar says, on some communities and taxpayers, presenting serious challenges for school boards to plan responsible budgets based on expected enrollment, hiring staff, delivering services, and maintaining programs, including athletics. And finally, if I know that teacher salaries and proficiency scores of individual schools within a single school district can vary significantly, and this school hopping legislation would further the divide between the haves and the have-nots, with students who already face educational disadvantages being left further behind, would I now press the red button so that another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill takes language that has already passed the House and makes it even better, and if I know, Mr. Speaker, that it really is that simple, would I now press the green button to support the majority of the committee and support parents' rights? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order pass an amendment on Senate Bill 97. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, I also intend to say to the vote. 199 voting yea, 165 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move reconsideration on the concurrence vote of HB 551 and ask my friends to vote no.
The motion is to reconsider House Bill 551. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 551. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 161 voting yea, 204 voting nay. The motion fails. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 102 FN, An act making information and materials regarding type 1 diabetes available to the Department of Education website. Consider the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Christine Noble from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Brian Morse from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Bell Boney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 102 is a bipartisan bill with a clear and urgent purpose to ensure that critical information about type 1 diabetes is easily accessible to all public school communities through the Department of Education website. This bill is about education, prevention, and protecting the health of our children. Our schools serve students from diverse backgrounds, many of whom have chronic medical conditions. Type 1 diabetes is one of the most serious. It's an autoimmune disease that most often appears in early childhood or adolescence, often without warning. Here in New Hampshire, the situation is especially alarming. A study from the National Institutes of Health found that our state has one of the highest rates of type 1 diabetes in the country, including 18 cases per 10,000 children under the age of 19. Diabetes demands constant daily care. Without proper management or early recognition, the consequences can be severe, ranging from heart complications to kidney failure. And because the symptoms can come suddenly, awareness is absolutely vital. I know this firsthand. Just before his 18th birthday, my son collapsed at school and was rushed to the emergency room. He was in the early stages of diabetic ketoacidosis. We had no idea he was diabetic. We have no family history, no clear warning, only symptoms that in hindsight were obvious: weight loss, extreme thirst, frequent urination, and constant fatigue. As a parent, the guilt and shock was overwhelming. My husband and I were completely unprepared because we didn't know what to look for. We are not alone. The committee heard testimony from other young adults who went through similar terrifying experiences. And I'm sure that many of you in this chamber know someone with diabetes and can understand how life-changing the diagnosis can be. SB 102 does not ask schools to become medical facilities. It simply supports awareness of a dangerous disease on the rise in New Hampshire. It will ensure that families have access to accurate, easy-to-understand information about type 1 diabetes, how to recognize the warning signs, types of testing and screening available, and where to get help. Type 1 diabetes is not preventable, but early detection and education can help minimize the emotional and physical danger of medical emergencies resulting from the initial diagnosis. This should not be a partisan issue. It's a childhood health issue. And we can do something right now to facilitate early awareness and understanding of type 1 diabetes, and hopefully prevent other families from going through the same trauma as mine did. I urge you to vote yes on the OTP motion. Thank you.
The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Order passing Senate Bill 102. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 37, an act relative to residential care and health facility licensing. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Matthew Drew for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Gary Woods for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill addresses two aspects of health care delivery: residential care and health facilities. First, I want to describe for you how this bill responds to the natural progression of health care delivery and the associated oversight. To start, let's make sure we understand just what it is we're talking about. Years ago, we could simply simplify the term residential care as nursing home and health facility as hospital. It's not so simple now. Specialization within the healthcare sector has led to significant fragmentation of services. Corporatization, i.e. the predominance of private equity in healthcare, has led to dramatic changes in both of these areas. Nursing homes were initially meant for the aged and the infirm. Now we have expansion of this concept to other areas of special needs in the residential setting, just as we saw opening here in Concord this week in the old Concord Monitor building. Similarly, many of the individual services originally confined to the hospital setting have been developed into standalone health facilities. Examples are day surgery centers, infusion centers for special medications, dialysis centers. It's easy to see that this is the natural progression in the development of medical services. However, when these newer entities were still providing services under the roof of their parent, i.e. the nursing home or hospital, they were scrutinized to be sure these services were meeting the same quality standards as their parent entity. With these entities now being independent, they provide a definite improvement by making specialized services more readily available and accessible. At the same time, I'm sure you would agree that it makes perfect sense to carry over the same quality assurance standards. You may hear the phrase, "this is government overreach." Hopefully what I have just outlined has shown that this is not the case, but only the natural continuation of previous oversight to assure patients can trust the quality of services provided. Thank you for reviewing this matter with me, and I hope you will see that ITL is not the logical step to take to preserve safe patient service environment. So please press the red button so a better motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill takes a voluntary QA program for residential facilities in RSA 151.5C, makes it mandatory, and then applies it to essentially every healthcare facility in the state, those licensed under RSA 151.2. This is a vast, unwarranted expansion of state power into a market already buried under heavy regulation and noxious bureaucracy. Further, the bill contains no funding or infrastructure to support the additional investigations that will be required for the expansion of the program, and that makes this an unfunded mandate. Thus, I urge you to vote green for ITL on this bill. Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on Senate Bill 37. Representative Woods has requested a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, a Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on Senate Bill 37. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Woods for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the times they are a-changin', and that includes the concepts of residential care and availability of health services, and if I know these changes are the natural progress in the improvement in these areas, and if I know having quality assurance programs in place as contained, as outlined in Senate Bill 37 are essential to protect and give comfort to our patients here in New Hampshire, would I then press the red button to overturn the OTL so another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill makes a voluntary program mandatory and adds burdens to virtually every health care facility in the state of New Hampshire, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that there are already enough regulations on the healthcare industry, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and vote this bill inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 37. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 119FN, relative to Medicaid pharmaceutical services. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Linda McGrath from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lucy Weber from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1867H, printed in House Record 25, pages 26 through 27. There is a debate on the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, the underlying bill is about Medicaid prescription drugs, and the amendment is about ivermectin. And my first argument that I really want everybody to hear is that it is very bad legislative policy to attach unlike things together in the hope of forcing somebody else to do something that they would not otherwise do. Anything that is good legislative policy stands on its own and should not be attached to anything else. That having been said, this bill is about standing orders for ivermectin. Standing orders are those orders where one physician or other prescriber writes orders that apply to a whole group of people who then do not have to go and get a prescription, do not have to have a conversation with their provider about whether the prescription is good for them or not. So currently we have in our state 3 standing orders, all written by the medical director at DHHS. One is for smoking cessation materials, and 2 are for emergency treatments. One is naloxone or Narcan for drug opioid overdose, and one is the EpiPen or its equivalent for anaphylactic shock. Those are for cases where If you don't do them within the first couple of minutes, you have a very bad outcome. So, about ivermectin. Yes, ivermectin is a very good drug, and it has been used very widely and very safely for the treatment of internal parasites. There continues to be no credible scientific evidence that it is effective on COVID, much less cancer, which we were told that it was also a really good drug for. This amendment would allow anybody with prescribing authority to write prescriptions for everyone, effectively making ivermectin an over-the-counter drug. It's unnecessary because prescribers may already prescribe ivermectin off-label for anybody that they think it would be helpful for. And indeed, we were told that practitioners are already advertising their willingness to prescribe for anybody who wants it. So there is no need for this legislation. Adding this unwise amendment jeopardizes a very sensible cost-saving measure that I will not address because we're talking about the amendment, but it might save the state $9 to $12 million. So I ask you to press the red button and I request a roll call.
Chair recognizes Representative McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why should you vote OTP to make ivermectin over the counter? First, it's a voluntary collaboration between a willing doctor and a willing pharmacy to create a standing order, so there will be oversight. Second, patients have a right to try the safest medication in the world, but they don't because doctors won't prescribe it. Why? The same organizations that stripped doctors of their medical licenses during COVID for daring to prescribe ivermectin, stripping them of their careers and their ability to support their families. These are the same organizations that prohibit doctors in hospitals and medical groups today from prescribing ivermectin. 1 year ago, the Food and Drug Administration was forced in a case brought by doctors to remove social media posts and web pages that came out strongly against ivermectin to treat COVID-19, including one post that became very famous that stated, quote, "You are not a horse, you are not a cow, serious you all, stop it," unquote. That was from our FDA scientists. Please vote green on this ivermectin amendment.
Does the member yield to a question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Member may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. What possible incentive would the FDA scientists have to prevent the use of this medication, a medication that was already approved by the FDA for use in humans?
So that's a really simple answer to this question. Follow the money.
It's not really a proper question at this point.
Sorry.
So we'll move on. Representative Weber has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is Amendment 1867H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment is unnecessary because physicians can prescribe and are prescribing, and if I know that it's unwise as well and might derail a very important bill, would I now press the red button and defeat the amendment that doesn't actually relate to the substance of the underlying bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that ivermectin has had a positive effects on many patients, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment makes the prescribing of ivermectin voluntary and is currently being done in the state of Tennessee, for example, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment also prevents imposing additional responsibilities on pharmacists, many of whom are already overworked, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and vote this amendment ought to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is on the amendment 1867H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Will all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. 196 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 130 FN. An act establishing a commission to study delivery models for emergency medical services in the state of New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Wayne McDonald from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following recommendation: the bill ought to pass. Representative Trinidad Talese for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Tejas. Representative Tejas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Emergency medical services are critical for the health and safety of all the people of New Hampshire. Yet some services in the North Country have already been lost, and there are more at threat for a variety of reasons. Additionally, the financing of emergency medical services is an acute and complex issue, with inadequacy of funding for ground ambulance services in parts of the state. SB 130 addresses an important need to truly understand emergency medical services delivery in New Hampshire through a commission to complete a comprehensive assessment. The commission assessment would provide a thorough look at emergency medical services delivery models throughout the state and examine barriers to the provision of needed services. This assessment is a valuable opportunity to understand common problems and to identify solutions to common problems being seen, recognizing that what may work in one area of the state may not work in another. Importantly, this assessment would provide understanding of what role, if any, the state should play in this area, and will result in recommendations to support and build sustainable emergency medical systems in New Hampshire, services that we all want to be able to rely on being there in our own times of need. For this reason, I urge you to vote red to oppose ITL so that a better motion can be made.
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All, and I do mean all, commissions are created with the best of intentions in mind. They are logical, and you can even say a popular means of addressing various issues. This one has as its intended purpose to study delivery models for emergency medical services in New Hampshire with the intended focus on dealing with ambulance rates. The fact is, however, there is already an abundance of commissions, and too many of them have failed miserably to meet their charge. The leaders of both legislative bodies, state agencies, and others struggle to find members to serve on them, and once members are chosen, they fail to participate actively due to their many other responsibilities. If indeed a commission is a way to approach this concern, then it should be left to one of the many other such groups to perform this duty. I ask you to vote green and support the majority committee position of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 130. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the landscape with respect to the delivery of emergency medical services is shifting significantly and rapidly, and if I know that planning for emergency response is the best way to ensure that we are ready, would I now press the red button to overturn the ITL? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that commissions are a popular means of working on various matters, but oftentimes ineffective, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that if a commission is the appropriate way to address a concern, there are already plenty of them out there, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and vote inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 130. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Murray.
All members present have the opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 184 voting yea, 178 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Okay. Majority Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 243 FN, an act relative to the Child Care Scholarship Program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Wayne McDonald from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Jessica LaMontagne for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Boschman for Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and sorry for the confusion there, everyone. I am here to advocate to pass this bill because childcare is one of the top issues for parents in this state, and this bill is an opportunity to start chipping away at solving it. I'm also here today as a parent who's experienced how expensive it is to find affordable, high-quality childcare for my own children. My world is basically made up of other parents with young kids, many of whom are facing this dire childcare issue. It's a constant focus of conversation among all of us. Just last night, I was at a parenting group that I'm a part of in Nashua, and many of the moms had stories to tell me. One that particularly sticks out is the story of a family who has a 1-year-old and a 2.5-year-old. They have been on the wait list for 2 years for a childcare spot, and they still don't have one. She shared with me that she applied for the scholarship many times and was denied because her time ran out to collect and submit all of the extensive paperwork. I need you to all understand how complicated this process is. It requires having a childcare spot reserved ahead of time, a lengthy, complicated application, scheduling a phone call with staff, and then submitting piles and piles of paperwork, all within a 30-day period of time. If the application isn't approved, the person needs to start all over again from the beginning. The complicated process alone has caused many parents to just give up altogether. It took multiple denials before this mom even discovered that she needed to have a childcare spot before being approved, because the initial application doesn't ask for that detail, despite it being a requirement for it to be approved. The mom, this is what really got me. The mom owned a small business in Nashua, and she was recently forced to close her business due to lack of childcare. She's a leader in her community, a parent who desperately wants to contribute to the economy, but her hands are tied. The bill that we have here begins to address the many obstacles that parents face in applying for and being approved for the scholarship program. Every single person in this room knows that we're in a childcare crisis in New Hampshire. It impacts daycare centers, parents, and businesses. This is a family issue. This is an economic issue. And we have this opportunity today, right now, to start addressing this problem. Despite this being a top issue for our constituents, this bill is the only childcare bill presented this entire session. And it barely scratches the surface of the work that we have ahead to solve this crisis. Voting against this bill today is a slap in the face to the constituents who have begged us over and over again to help them. The constituents who sent us here to speak up for them and create systems that truly impact their everyday lives. On behalf of all the parents in this state, I'm asking you, please prove with your actions the needs of the people you represent matter to you. The moms are watching.
For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we lay Senate Bill 243 FN on the table.
That is a proper motion. The motion is to lay Senate Bill 243 on the table. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who requested the roll call? Who requested the roll call?
Representative Wheeler requested a roll call. Is that sufficient?
Representative Falone requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 243. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative LaMontagne for a parliamentary inquiry. McDonald. Wait. Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know there's absolutely no question that child care is important to working families in the state of New Hampshire, but Mr. Speaker, if I also know that this bill really doesn't do much to address the challenges of child care, if I know that it proposes to spend $200,000 for a processes study and another $171,600 to create a, quote, presumptive eligibility pilot program, and it is highly questionable if any of this money would end up going to child care providers or directly benefit children. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill proposes to reduce the frequency with which child care providers would have to report attendance of the children in their care who are receiving state child care assistance of public money, which can lead to overpayments and even fraud in some cases, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and table this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative LaMontagne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill streamlines documentation process and the requirements just mentioned to report hourly attendance are cumbersome, and it turns out they're not even required to meet federal standards. And if I knew that this is essentially a government efficiency bill that would make child care scholarship easier for providers and parents alike, And if I knew that our voters, Democrats and Republicans alike, want us to take action on child care, and this bill would be very effective and would not want us to table this very good bill, would I now press the red button so a better motion can be made?
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 243. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Sargent.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to say the vote. 277 voting yea, 83 voting nay. Senate Bill 243 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 257, an act establishing a committee to study state guidelines for Medicaid eligibility determinations. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Matt Drew for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. A recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lucy Weber for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was brought to us at the request of current and former Merrimack County Commissioners to address their concern about how long the application process to qualify for Medicaid takes. Currently, it can be in the 7-month range. Shortening that time period benefits both the Medicaid recipient and the county nursing homes. We all need to find the shortest and most efficient process. Currently, there are 2 different ways of determining Medicaid eligibility. New Hampshire and 12 other states use one method, and I will not explain it. You'll be glad to know. And 37 states use the other method. We heard conflicting testimony as to which was the better way and which would save more time. Because we heard conflicting testimony, it seems to me that a 4-person study committee is a really good idea to determine the most efficient way to serve our constituents and ensure that our county nursing homes and others dependent on Medicaid get reimbursement in a timely manner. It's not real onerous to come up with just 4 people. I ask you to push the red button so a better motion can be made, and Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is yet another study committee on one relatively simple issue that is already well studied, as we just heard, the 2 types of Medicaid eligibility. Our state already has many study committees and similar groups in this area. If the committee is actually warranted, if this study is actually warranted, then this single issue should simply be assigned to one of these other groups that can cover it. Thus, I urge you to vote green for ITL on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Weber has requested a division. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is in expedient to legislate on Senate Bill 257. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the process of applying for Medicaid eligibility is another long and difficult process, often undertaken at a time of personal and family upheaval, and if I want to ensure that we adopt the methods that are the simplest and most efficient for all concerned, would I now press the red button so further motions can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Medicaid serves a vital role in the lives of many New Hampshire residents, especially the elderly, but Mr. Speaker, if I also know that there are already scores of commissions and study committees in place, and it would be more efficient and effective for one of them to address the concerns represented by the introduction of this bill, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and vote this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 257. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 199 voting yea, 164 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred Senate Bill 148FN, an act prohibiting those convicted of murder from financially profiting from the death of the victim. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Zoe Manos for the committee. Okay. Committee amendment is 1922H, printed in House Record 25, page 27 through 29. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Lynn offers floor amendment 2207H. It's in your seat pockets. Is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, as reflected by the vote we just had, this is a bipartisan bill. It will make, with the amendment that was just adopted, it will make New Hampshire either the 48th or 49th state in the country to adopt what are known as slayer statutes that prohibit somebody who intentionally kills another person benefiting or financially from that act. The floor amendment that is proposed now, 2025 2207H, is really sort of a technical amendment designed to address a concern raised by the Attorney General's office that nothing in the bill is intended to in any way have any impact on the Attorney General's office to pursue criminal prosecutions of the murderer. And that obviously is something we have no objection to, so we have a bipartisan floor amendment. I urge you to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Lynn Floor Amendment 2207H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Wait a minute, Paul. Okay. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All members are reminded that you need to remove all personal belongings from the Legislative Office Building. This includes committee offices, drawers, and lockers. Please take time either at lunch or after session to get this done. Belongings cannot and will not be stored over the course of the closure. Please avoid the possibility of your items being moved, misplaced, or discarded by staff, and get your things out as quickly as possible. And just as a side note, because I've received so many messages, DAS is working on the temperature in the room right now.
We will take a lunch break. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. House will come to order. Members, take your seats. Majority Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 13 FN, an act invalidating out-of-state driver's licenses issued to undocumented immigrants. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Thomas Walsh from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Daniel Vayu for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1934H. Representative Polozov has asked for a division vote. There is no debate. So members, take your seats. This will be a division vote on the amendment.
The debate's on the bill, not the amendment. Your debate was on the bill, not the amendment.
The motion before us is the committee amendment 19348. The House will be in order. It's on the committee amendment 19348, printed in record 25, page 25, 22. This is a division vote on the amendment. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Stone and Snodgrass.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 183 voting yea, 163 voting nay. The committee amendment is adopted. We are now on order pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the third time this session, the Transportation Committee has veered out of its lane into federal immigration policy rather than our remit of state transportation. Through each of these debates, I found myself struggling to understand the motivations, the reasoning behind the proposed policies. Our committee has been repeatedly informed that it is not xenophobia nor racism that drives these. Yet proponents also repeatedly acknowledge that these bills are not about the safety on our roads nor in our communities. Instead, what we hear each time is that these bills are about being fair. Now, growing up as a teenager, my mother often reminded me that life isn't fair, and I imagine she'd try to offer me the same advice today were I to lodge such a complaint. But I can't help myself. I continue to wonder, what is fair? The committee chair asked us during the executive session for this bill if it is, quote, fair for everyone in the state who follows the law and abides by the law for us to give people a privilege to drive, which is a pretty important privilege, before we know they're here legally, end quote. We are choosing with this bill to wholesale ignore that the federal government has already made that determination, that the affected residents can remain legally in the United States and indeed in New Hampshire, while their asylum claim awaits adjudication. It is indeed a bit like a game of Calvin ball, where the rules are made up as we go along, not to suit our fancy, not rooted in fact nor sound policy. We are very clearly choosing not to care whether they are here legally. We are declaring that they are not, and we are doing it in an abhorrent manner. No hearings, no appeals, just a blanket decision by this body that every single person with that pending asylum claim is a liar who broke the law. That is not fair. The federal government also determined that many of the residents that this bill, as amended, affects have the right to work in the United States. And for better or worse, holding down a job in New Hampshire means needing to drive a car. We are telling these people, the workers who contribute to our economy, our communities, and our tax base, far in excess of the services they consume, that they can no longer have a job here. To whom is that fair? Which of our constituents benefits from this policy? Certainly not the business owners losing their staff, certainly not the local shopkeepers who are losing their customers. It is not lost on me as we sit in this chamber, we hold the lives of our constituents in our hands. We are, in effect, playing a role of sort of a little g God. And I'm not a particularly religious person, although I grew up with a bit of that. And considering this bill, I found myself thinking back and pondering a particular verse, Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 6. No man shall take the mill or upper millstone to pledge, for he takes a man's life to pledge. Extrapolated for the modern age, that it basically is saying that taking away someone's ability to work is the equivalent of taking that millstone away. We are choosing today whether to take away not just their ability to work and participate in our communities, but to live, thrive, and survive. And with no upside to the Granite State. Our society is not a zero-sum game. These residents are not taking away anything from other Granite Staters simply by existing and driving in our state. Indeed, quite the opposite. They are active members of our communities and our workforce. They deserve all the same opportunities and protections each of us enjoy sitting here today. That is what it means to be fair. And so as we play God with their lives, let us choose to play the humble, compassionate, generous, welcoming, and even perhaps the economically sound version of that role, not the one that this bill represents. Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Value.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 13 as amended. I understand why this bill may appeal to some people who feel the immigration system is broken and want stronger enforcement. It sends a clear signal. Immigrants are not welcome here. But we should ask ourselves not just what statement it makes, but what happens when the statement becomes law. Because if this bill passes, it carries the full weight of enforcement, litigation, and constitutional scrutiny, just like any other statute. As amended, the bill does far more than its title suggests. It would invalidate out-of-state driver's licenses issued to undocumented immigrants, even when those licenses were issued lawfully under the laws of another state. It criminalizes the act of driving in New Hampshire for individuals holding those licenses. It prohibits asylum seekers, even those with federally authorized work permits, from obtaining or renewing a New Hampshire driver's license. until they are granted permanent residency or a green card, a process that can take years under the best circumstances. Only one state, Connecticut, currently issues the type of license this bill targets. Obviously, this is not a broad public safety measure. It's a narrow, symbolic act that makes a political point, but does little to advance prudent policy or public safety. If the goal is to deter crime, we should be honest. Why are we targeting people who have followed the law? Undocumented immigrants who have come forward, complied with documentation requirements, and obtained licenses designed to ensure roadways are safe, those are the people this bill singles out. Asylum seekers with valid work permits have done exactly what the federal government has asked of them. They have applied, waited, received authorization, and are working, paying taxes, and contributing to their communities. This bill does not respond to lawbreaking. It penalizes those who followed the process. It does not enhance public safety. It creates legal risk for law enforcement, operational confusion for DMV, and hardship for families, employers, and entire sectors of our economy. It also undermines New Hampshire's obligations under the Interstate Driver License Compact, an agreement based on mutual recognition and trust between states. By carving out a politically charged exception, we begin to chip away at the shared standards that make this agreement work. This bill places our state agencies in roles they were never meant to fill. Law enforcement officers and DMV staff will be expected to evaluate immigration status and interpret federal documents. These are not their responsibilities. Yet this bill calls on them to enforce federal immigration law without giving them the tools, training, or legal authority to do so. Let's be clear. Individuals with pending asylum claims who have received federal work authorization are lawfully present in the United States. That's not a loophole. That's simply the law. Denying them the ability to drive while expecting them to work is inconsistent, unproductive, and harmful. This bill does not strengthen public safety, it weakens it. Litigation is a certainty. It will consume state resources for little gain, regardless of the outcome. Mr. Speaker, I understand this bill may pass today, but let's be realistic. This is a tremendous amount of effort for very little gain. It burdens our state agencies, compromises our legal position, and punishes people who are doing what the law requires of them. I urge my colleagues to vote no on SB 13. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to re-debate this whole thing. We actually debated it about a month ago. And basically, the committee amendment we just adopted is the current House position that we're sending to our colleagues back on the other side of the wall for further discussion. But just briefly, let's remind ourselves why we're doing this. For 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration, with their lead Mayorkas in charge of our borders, we watched them open it up to millions and millions of people. 20 is the latest number I've heard, million, most of which came here claiming asylum. You've probably heard this before. 180 countries, most of which are not even eligible under our third safe country doctrine and treaties. Hold on a second. And actually, I just lost my whole train of thought. I apologize for that, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, we've heard all the debate before. The fact of the matter is our borders are, Tom Holman has estimated that 9 out of 10 of these asylum claims are illegitimate. Another study I saw, a third would be considered legitimate enough to hear. The bottom line is this bill is pretty simple. We have no idea who claimed asylum. And knowing that many could be not even legitimate or from legitimate countries, it only makes sense to put the brakes on who we give our driver's licenses to. It is a privilege, and that's all this bill does. When you get adjudicated in the immigration courts and you can prove that you can stay here legally, because keep in mind, folks, if you lose your case in the immigration courts and your asylum claim is rejected, you are ordered deported. So to give somebody a privilege is putting the cart before the horse. I feel bad for the legitimate asylees and all this because they're the ones that are going to have to get stuck waiting because of all the other people that took advantage. Again, this bill, Senate Bill 13, with now the amendment which is comes from House Bill 452, it just holds other drivers from other states to the same standard as the committee amendment establishes. So please support the majority committee report of ought to pass on Senate Bill 13. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Walsh has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 13. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Vayu for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that SB 13 sends a message but serves no objective legal purpose, and if I know that this bill targets people who are doing their best to follow the law, and finally, if I know that this bill will tie up state resources and extensive legal challenges for very little gain, would I now press the green button to defeat, red button. I swore I would never do that. I swore I would never do that, but there I go. Would I now press, thank you very much over here. Would I now press the red button to defeat the motion of OTPA so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill clarifies that immigrants claiming asylum cannot get a driver's license until their claim has been adjudicated by the court, and if I know that other states who provide driver's licenses to asylees and illegal immigrants do not conduct the proper in-depth vetting on them, and which allows them to pass out driver's licenses like candy, then would I press the green button to support
the House will be in order.
To support the motion of OTP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 13. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 164 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
What is your motion?
I move that the debate on SB 13 be printed in the Permanent Journal.
Without objection. Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 157 FN, an act relative to inspection and registration of certain fleet vehicles and necessary amendments and administrative rules regarding the state implementation plan. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Matthew Potaro for the committee. Bill is on second reading, open to floor their amendment. Representative Leon offers floor amendment 2262H and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment does two things. It removes a phrase which grants broad rulemaking authority, and it corrects an accidental omission in drafting. This bill came to my attention as I was reading the bills in the calendar for this week, and as Vice Chairman of JELCAR, I felt it was my duty to ensure that we're not unintentionally giving away too much legislative power to the administrative rules process. I agree with giving the Commissioner the ability to write rules regarding administrative tasks like enrolling in the process, filing, invoicing, and payment. But it included the phrase, and any other matters required for program administration under this section. So I submitted an amendment to trim that phrase out. Rulemaking authority should be specific and limited, and I always ask for your help to make sure we don't pass anything that's broad like this. And in this process, I became aware of a drafting error. The EPA needs to tell the Secretary of State. It's a process thing. So I apologize for how late I found this. I hope that you'll support removing overly broad rulemaking authority and pass this amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is the floor amendment, laying on floor amendment 2262H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 272 FN, an act relative to electric vehicle charging station funding. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Send Henry Gianson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, to which was the minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Seth Miller for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on this bill. SB 272 is a simple bill that offers two components, both of which improve local control over the way that these automobiles are treated. One of them is an infrastructure. The first half is an infrastructure bill. It allows the towns to establish a revolving fund to invest in this infrastructure for the chargers. There is no mandate that that money gets spent. There's no mandate that it happens. But much like the other things that the revolving funds are allowed for, they're all infrastructure things, and this allows the residents to make that decision for themselves. It does not force anything on them from the state. The other half is a parking enforcement bill, and we debated this a lot in the committee, and I think we're leaning towards actually approving this half of it, and unfortunately got caught up in the troubles of trying to get amendments and things sorted out and figure that all out. But again, it is an enabling legislation. It does not mandate things. A business owner has the option to install a sign that says this is EV parking only. It is similar to a handicap parking sign, except for a different purpose. It's that they can, if they have made the choice to invest in providing electric vehicle charging infrastructure at their business, they can then have a means of enforcement of that to prevent others from taking away the value of that investment from them. It is an enabling legislation. It requires that business owner invest in the proper signage, do all of those things. But again, it does not mandate that happens. And so I ask my colleagues here to vote against the ITL so that a better motion can be made and we can help ensure that local control. Thank you. Division vote, please. Sorry.
Chair recognizes Representative Gianson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on one side of this issue, it does create a nominal fine by creating a non-traffic offense for parking in a space that's been identified for an electric vehicle. That's a good thing. Most of the committee agreed with that. Conversely, this bill creates an avenue to create a miscellaneous revolving fund by amending RSA 31:95H to allow for municipalities to create this new revolving fund raised by taxes for the express purpose of installing and maintaining electric charging stations on municipal properties. One of the leading issues among all of our constituents has been tax relief and that property taxes are too high. And I believe that this would create an avenue to increase property taxes in municipalities by funding these charging stations. Gasoline and diesel are not available for you to pick up in municipal parking lot or on municipal properties. I don't understand why the electric vehicle market is being treated differently, and we want to put this into place. This bill also does not detail who is going to pay for the electric that's being transferred, whether that's going to come out of the revolving fund through taxation, or whether the municipalities are going to charge, but the municipalities can't charge for profit for that. So while we agree with the parking space thing, and that's something that I'm willing to address in later legislation, I hope that you'll join me in pressing the green button and voting ITL to prevent a new tax be added to our citizens.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of index meeting to legislate on Senate Bill 272. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Veilleux for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that SB 272 is simply an enabling legislation and does not mandate any spending, is not a tax, and if I know it allows private businesses to protect their investments, and finally, if I know this bill supports local control, would I now press the red button, red, to defeat the ITL motion so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gielsen for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that taxes, specifically local property taxes, are one of the most critical issues among our constituents, and if I believe that this will increase taxes by creating an unnecessary program that all citizens do not benefit from, would I then press the green button to ITL this bill?
Motion before us, a Majority Committee report of index meeting to legislate on Senate Bill 272. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 163 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. We are now on bills removed from the consent calendar. Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 30, an act proclaiming the Virginia possum the state marsupial of New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Heath Howard for the committee. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Leon offers floor amendment 2263H. It's in your seat pockets, and Representative Leon is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask all of you to place the language of House Bill 291, the fertilizer fix, into the loving pouch of our state marsupial, the New Hampshire opossum, so that we can find a mutually agreeable solution with our friends on the other side of the wall. It is clear that protecting our lakes from fertilizer runoff is a bipartisan priority and one that I strongly agree with. Through good bipartisan work in the Criminal Justice Committee, this bill passed the House on consent and the support of activists who work to protect our lakes. The problem that this amendment and that bill seeks to fix is that homeowners applying fertilizer to their lawn with either fertilizer that they have in their garage from previous years or that they bought out of state could make them a criminal because it's a misdemeanor charge for misapplying it. That criminal charge could impact their employment. Even worse, our constituents are at risk of being charged with a crime when this law has not been updated on the state website, and the flyers that are supposed to tell them about it when they buy fertilizers still haven't been created. It's unfortunate that this bill did not survive on its own on the other side of the wall, and it seemed to be a concern that just a couple technical issues about gradating it from a warning to a fine to a misdemeanor. I see a couple different ways we could fix this, and I would like the opportunity to do this because homeowners really shouldn't be criminals because they're using last year's fertilizer or making another well-intentioned mistake. So if you're committed to not making homeowners criminals for this, please put this in that marsupial's pouch and send it back to the Senate. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yield. Mr. Flanagan, you may retire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for taking my question. I broke down this year and fertilized my grass. And if you saw my grass, you'd know why it needed to be fertilized. The question is, who decides what's too much? I mean, if I put it on 4 instead of 3 on the gauge when I put it out, is that too much? Is there some place where I can find out, based on my spreader that I have, what is too much?
Thank you for the question. The only way right now to find out what's too much is to go and search for the bills last year where the House overrode a veto. We overrode a veto on this fertilizer bill where it gives both a limit in the nitrogen and phosphorus content and how much you can do over the full year. It's highly technical, it's confusing. I absolutely want to hold commercial landscapers who are abusing lawns and abusing the lakes with too much fertilizer accountable, but making it a misdemeanor for a homeowner who doesn't know any better just really isn't good policy.
The motion before us, for what reason does the member rise?
I was rising for a question if the member would accept one.
Does the member yield to further questions? Member yields.
So, for those of us who understand that this amendment is intended to make things more lenient, but who read the text of the amendment and are perplexed as to why we would be supportive of an amendment that introduces many thousands of dollars of fines for a second offense, could the member explain why we're simply not repealing the original language entirely? Thank you.
Thank you. Fines are better than misdemeanors, and so this is trying to reduce the crimes. I believe it's also is a $250 fine, so I'm not sure where we're seeing thousands of dollars of fines.
Does a member yield to another question? Member yields.
So, thank you for taking my question. Having been involved in the drafting of the previous bill, one of the things that we made clear in that bill, I believe, was that you had to follow the instructions on the label of the fertilizer and use the correctly labeled fertilizer. Is this amendment going to maintain the requirement to use the correctly labeled fertilizer?
Thank you for the question. This changes nothing about the process of what is legal fertilizing of a lawn. What this does is it removes a first misdemeanor charge for the first time a person hasn't read the law or doesn't understand that, because we still haven't informed anybody, and it shouldn't be a crime to make a mistake once. 3 times, sure, I guess. But this is to make it a little bit more lenient and educate people along the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The motion before us is the floor amendment 2263H. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is floor amendment 2263H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that ignorance of the law is not an excuse, but if I also know that the publicity that was supposed to be taken to enforce this new law has not been done, and if I know that it is easy to make a mistake and that people should be warned before threatened with a misdemeanor, would I not vote green?
The motion before us is floor amendment 2263H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 313 voting yea, 46 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. My mistake. Trying to get everybody out of here. We are now on order pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 313 to 46. Committee on Housing, to which was referred Senate Bill 170, an act relative to development and related requirements in cities, towns, and municipalities. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Brian Cole for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
I move to lay SB 170 on the table.
Senator Alexander moves that we lay House Bill 2, Senate Bill 170 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in... Who requested a roll call? Senator Bohm requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. Are you ready for the House will be in order. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 170 is laid on the table. Committee on Housing, to which was referred Senate Bill 174, an act prohibiting planning boards from considering the number of bedrooms a given unit or development has during the hearing and the approval process. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Alan Holland for the committee. Committee amendment is 1639H, printed in House Record 25, page 30. Are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill's on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Howland offers floor amendment 2343H and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As seems to always be the case, after the committee had come up with our amendment, which we unanimously agreed to, an astute member of the public reached out to me and pointed out a technical flaw, and that is the workforce housing ordinance, which many municipalities come up with special density bonuses and incentives to try to encourage the development of workforce housing, has a requirement statutorily that at least 50% of the units that are created have to be 2 bedrooms or more. And that would only apply to the workforce, things that met the workforce requirement. The concern that we had was that if a municipality rejected an application that didn't meet that, then in fact we would be rejecting an application that did require a number of bedrooms. And so since we want to encourage the local ordinances that add the type of housing that we need, I added a line which said applications may utilize workforce housing standards under RSA 6759-4, requiring at least 50% of the units contain 2 or more bedrooms. I think that this would preserve local ordinances while providing clarity to the planning board, and I hope that you'll approve the amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Howland Floor Amendment 2343H. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2343H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 234 voting yea, 124 voting nay. The floor amendment is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that Senate Bill 174 be laid on the table
and I ask for a roll call vote.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to lay Senate Bill 174 on the table. And a roll, Reverend Boyd has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the tabling motion. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 174. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Boyd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Senate Bill 174 removes local authority to limit bedroom counts, which would encourage the development of larger, higher-priced homes, rather than the smaller, more affordable units that working families and young professionals need. And if I know that Senate Bill 174 eliminates water and septic regulations, which increase the risk of groundwater contamination and strains local infrastructure. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that every community faces their own unique challenges, that local officials are better positioned to tailor housing solutions to their residents and their workforce, that taking away this flexibility would make it harder for towns and cities to deliver on the objective of increased affordable and workforce housing, then would I press the green button to table the bill so that the Committee on Housing can address these concerns and produce a sensible solution for our local communities. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the floor amendment solved a lot of the problems that were laid out in the bill earlier, if I know that some towns use the number of bedrooms to regulate how many people and who can live in their town, and if I believe every town should be open to all people, regardless of who they are or how old they are, or if they are in school, or if they're not in school, if they are retired, would I then press the red button to not table this bill so that we can pass it? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 174. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 180 voting nay. The motion fails. We're back to ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson.
I oppose Senate Bill 174. Taking away the authority of local planning boards strips towns and citizens of a fundamental right, the ability to determine what is best for their own communities. Portsmouth is not Sandown. Nashua is not Fremont. Each New Hampshire town has unique characteristics
resources and needs that simply cannot be addressed through a one-size-fits-all approach imposed at the state level. One key example is septic capacity, which directly limits the number of bedrooms allowed per dwelling unit. This is not a matter of preference, but a matter of public health and environmental safety. Overburden of failing septic systems can lead to contamination of neighboring properties and drinking water sources. That's why existing regulations tie septic design to the number of bedrooms, which in turn governs allowable wastewater flow. It's also important to correct a factual error in the bill. Planning boards do not issue building permits, building inspectors do. These permits are only granted when applicants demonstrate adequate water supply and sewer capacity. Even in areas with municipal water and sewer, bedroom count remains the standard for determining residential use intensity. Those systems must still be proven capable of handling the proposed load. Local control exists for good reason. Removing it undermines not only sound planning, but also the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. It compromises our ability to protect our infrastructure and preserve the unique character of our communities. There is no discrimination against larger homes, whether they have 4, 5, or even 6 bedrooms, as long as the proper water and sewerage infrastructure is provided. That is and always has been the standard. For all of these reasons, I strongly urge you to oppose Senate Bill 174 and press the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 174, as amended, it prohibits municipalities from using the number of bedrooms as a criteria for rejecting either a site plan or a subdivision regulation. In the legislation, it clearly defines what a bedroom is. And this is important because if you read the legislation, and we heard talk about septic, the number of bedrooms is a component used by DES to calculate the sewer and water. And so what this bill says, as long as the either site plan or subdivision meets both DES sewer and water regulations, that the municipality cannot reject the application of it based on bedrooms. And the reason this came forward is a long-held myth in New Hampshire, and that is that adding more bedrooms adds more students, which increases property taxes at the local level. New Hampshire Housing recently put a report forward which shows that it was not true before, and it still is not true. The number of students per unit has been on the decline since 1990, and actually now the increased evaluation of the new development outstrips the cost of the local school. And one of the most feared things in terms of going before a planning board is multifamily rental. And in fact, the return on net property tax improvement for communities is highest amongst that group. And so this legislation, what it simply does is to stop the discrimination against families. We know it's really, really challenging to build affordable family housing, and this helps remove one of the barriers that's being caused. So I hope you pass this bill. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? No. Member does not yield. Representative Wheeler has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yes, it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Boyd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that for Senate Bill 174, I previously gave the parliamentary inquiry for the tabling motion. And Mr. Speaker, if I know, I want to avoid redundancy and refer my honorable colleagues to the comments I gave some moments ago. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, if I know that Senate Bill 174 is not good policy, then would I press the red button to send it back to the drawing board? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cole for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill enables municipalities to require 50% of units in a workforce housing project to contain 2 or more bedrooms for density bonus purposes. And if I know this representative from Durham's amendment specifically references workforce housing under RSA 674:59, Section 4 to allow workforce housing requirements to be considered in a housing project, then, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the body to concur with this enabling bipartisan amendment and press the green button.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 174. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 183 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Boyd moves inexpedient to legislate.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table.
For what? Representative Alexander moves to table Senate Bill 174. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 174. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 239 voting yea, 120 voting nay. Senate Bill 174 is laid on the table. Committee on Housing, to which was referred Senate Bill 188 FN, an act allowing independent permitting and inspections and allowing local governments to authorize licensed engineers and architects to perform building code inspections. Having considered the same and report with the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Dick Saxon for the committee. The amendment is 1951H, printed in House Record 25, pages 31 through 33. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I'll try to be brief. First, I am extremely pro-housing. I am not a hardliner on local control. I recognize the need to step in sometimes to protect individual rights. But what I am a hardliner on is the idea of impartiality and the idea of equal weights and measures. Government ought to be treating everyone the same. My concern with this bill is that by allowing a private third-party avenue when we have a clearly broken government system that is available for those who can afford to pursue it, we are effectively not treating everyone the same. My concern is that this bill will effectively fix the problem for one class of person, those who can afford this avenue of taking it, while not only not fixing it for the other class of person, the person who doesn't have the money to pursue that, but it may actually make the impetus on us smaller to fix that problem in the future. So based on that, I would hope that we could vote this bill down and have another shot at this from a different angle. Thank you.
Does a member yield to questions?
Sure.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for taking my question. And it may actually provide me the answer to vote for this or against this. Thank you. Your answer may provide me the answer to whether to vote for it or not. According to the blurb, we're on 188, are we not? Yes. According to the blurb, it allows independent permitting and inspections and allows local governments to authorize licensed engineers and architects to perform building code inspections. The way this is written, it sounds enabling. Is that true?
Thank you for the question. I believe to answer that fully, yes, it does seem to me to be enabling to allow them to do this, but it enables the third party who would then, they could offset their savings, but is not the same thing as offsetting the cost, which is where the problem comes in.
Does a member yield to a further question? Member yields.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member. So when it's enabling legislation, it means the town isn't forced to do it. It means they may be able to do it.
I believe that's correct.
Chair recognizes Representative Thaxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friends, this is a very simple bill intended to solve a very basic problem. If you live on the western side of the state like I do, and you live in a small town like I do, we don't have a full-time building inspector. We, in fact, voted in 2018 to not hire a building inspector, ever, at any time. So, a few years later, we had the mill in our town purchased by a developer who wants to develop it into housing. There is absolutely no one in our town qualified to engineer that building or inspect it or know what it should be inspected as. So the usual criterion on the western side of the state for being a building inspector is that your brother-in-law is a selectman and you need a job. On the eastern side of the state, we find big cities, Manchester, Concord, Nashua, with lots of building and full-time staffs. but they're overburdened. So the intent of this bill was to benefit both the western side of the state, which has small towns, the eastern side of the state, which has more development opportunities than their staff is prepared to handle. The bill came to the committee. We took substantial time to meet with the New Hampshire building officials, the Seacoast building officials, professional engineers, the Home Builders Association, and we feel we crafted something that was beneficial to everybody and solved the problem for everybody. All of those organizations support this bill as amended, and I ask that you solve a problem for those of us who want to build houses, redevelop properties, and live in those houses once they're built and redeveloped.
Does the member yield to questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, I'm reading this, it says licensed engineers and licensed architects could be used to do building inspectors in lieu of a town building inspector. What are the requirements to become a town building inspector? Do they require any type of licensed engineer or licensed architect or licensed anything for that matter?
Well, I think I already answered that question, but no. The requirement for being a town building inspector is you got the job.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? The division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 188. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Kerwin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a bipartisan subcommittee combed through this bill with the fine-tooth comb, together with the Building Code Review Board and the New Hampshire Building Officials Association, and if I know by the end of that process, even those stakeholders who had originally opposed the bill expressed support for the amended version, and finally, if I know that small towns and municipalities across New Hampshire are already successfully doing exactly what this bill proposes, would I now press the green button and vote in favor of this bill because it will help move building projects forward more efficiently across our state?
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 188. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kayleigh.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 276 voting yea, 82 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 291, an act relative to the religious use of land, property, tax exemption. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jordan earlier for the committee. The amendment is 1925H, printed in House Record 25, page 36. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, June 5th at 10 a.m.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House will attend to announcements.
Please stay in your seats. We have important announcements.
Would everybody please stay in their seats? We have some important announcements that are going to be given to us. Chair recognizes Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Committee will meet for a brief executive session in LOB 305 to exec SB 84 immediately following session. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm making an announcement about the first ever New Hampshire Cigar Caucus. If you like stogies and you like good conversation, Monday, June 2nd in Nashua at Two Guys. The calendar that comes out later will have all the details, so check the calendar. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. Division 3 in House Finance will have its continued work session on Senate Bill 118, 10 minutes after this session completely ends today. The meeting takes place in the LOB House Finance Rooms, number 210 to 211. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Damon for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to wait just a moment for my Sullivan County delegation to join me here. Peeps. Right?
The member will proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, everyone. This is the last House session before Memorial Day is recognized. I rise to honor our veterans of every generation and every conflict for their courage, sacrifice, and dedication. More specifically, I am joined by my Sullivan County colleagues to welcome you to visit the Wall That Heals when it is displayed at Monadnock Park in Claremont on June 26th to 29th. As many know, the Wall That Heals is a 3/4 scale touring replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. It honors the over 3 million Americans who served in the U.S. Armed Forces in the Vietnam War and bears the names of 58,281 people who made the ultimate sacrifice in Vietnam. Lighting provides readability day and night. The display will be open 24/7. It is a significant honor and privilege to host the wall. It brings opportunity for healing to the many who continue to be affected by the Vietnam War. It allows us a measure of understanding of the countless sacrifices made during and since the war. The wall will travel from the old railroad station in Potter Place, Andover, leaving at noon on Tuesday, the 24th of June, and proceeding through Wilmot, New London, Sunapee, and Newport to Claremont. We hope the roads will be full of welcoming flags along the way. The Wall That Heals replica was unveiled on Veterans Day in 1996 and has visited 800 communities since then, but it has only been in New Hampshire 4 times. Claremont is one of just 30 sites chosen from 140 applicants for 2025. It is the only New Hampshire site this year and only one of 2 in New England, with Farmington, Maine being the other on July 3rd to 6th. The 53-foot trailer that carries the wall transforms into a mobile education center, featuring a timeline of the war and the wall, as well as additional information from the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. Displays of hometown heroes, the in-memory honor roll of Vietnam veterans who died after coming home, and the items left behind display are featured. The replica is 375 feet long, rises to a height of 7.5 feet, has 140 numbered panels supported by an aluminum frame. The names are listed by day of casualty, beginning at the center on the east wall, working to the right end of that wall, then picking up at the far end of the west wall or left-hand side, and working back to the center, which joins the beginning and the end of the conflict at the center of the wall. As with the original memorial in Washington, D.C., visitors can do rubbings of individual service members' names on the wall. I would particularly like to recognize and express deep appreciation to Claremont City Councilor Bill Limoges for spearheading this effort and coordinating an extensive team of volunteers to make this happen. And we would welcome more volunteers. You can sign up on the Wall That Heals Facebook page for Claremont. Colleagues, we may disagree vigorously on many issues, but I believe we unite to honor the courage, sacrifice, and dedication of our armed services members and their families in defending our freedoms. Mr. Speaker, may I request a brief moment of reflection? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Newell. For what reason does the member rise?
To place the remarks in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 13th, this body passed H.R. 11. This was a resolution regarding Bangladesh that glorified the fallen administration of the Sheikh Hasina and rebuked the current transitional government, levying various allegations and calling for investigations by the United States government into alleged abuse of minority religions. We as legislators do our best to gather adequate information before voting on any issue. And in the event that more information becomes available, I feel very strongly that it is incumbent on us to address it. And this is my intention in speaking before you today. Unfortunately, after H.R. 11 passed, I was presented with further information that would have influenced my perspective and my vote on the resolution. For example, I've since read the report from the United Nations Human Rights Office that said, and I quote, Bangladesh's former Awami League government and security and intelligence services, alongside violent elements associated with the Awami League Party, systematically engaged in a range of serious human rights violations during the last year's student-led protests. This report details the brutality of the Sheikh Hasina during the popular uprising that cost 1,400 students their lives and injured 20,000 people. I have also come to know that the chief advisor of the interim government, Nobel Peace Laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, has earned the confidence of 176 world leaders, and that under his leadership, Bangladesh has thrived. In the words of The Economist, describing the current conditions in the country that they deemed Country of the Year 2019, just 6 months ago, or I'm sorry, 2024, just 6 months ago. The winner toppled a tyrant and is headed for something better. In light of this, and a host of other additional information that I would urge my colleagues to look into on their own time, I would like to express my strong disagreement with H.R. 11 and my commitment to be more diligent in seeking out more accurate and unbiased information in the future. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr.
State
Speaker,
your motion.
I would move that the previous remarks on H.R. 11 be printed as part of the permanent journal.
Without objection. Representative Osborne moves the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills, vacate motions, enroll bills amendment, enroll bills reports, receiving messages, informing committees of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, June 5th, 2025 at 10 a.m.